trader who wanted to manage third-party funds
Mm-hmm.
without giving up on the trading.
Definitely. Would you like to give us like a brief breakdown of how Darwin X is set up and then how traders can utilize it?
Mm-hmm. Okay, it's a marketplace really that
Mhm.
matches traders with outside investors, and at the highest possible level, what you do is trade your best,
Mm-hmm.
and the marketplace handles everything else. So we provide the regulatory cover, we provide all the infrastructure required to essentially get paid for trading, and we source the investors. So what it is, yes, it's a marketplace. Think of it as a level playing field where traders are build a track record to prove that they've got what it takes, and investors are watching. They've got all the guarantees that an investor would expect, including, for instance, regulation, because we have asset management permissions
Mhm.
in the UK, and then it's survival of the fittest. That's the name where they come from.
Definitely. So the name Darwin X that's
Da-
what it's about.
Darwin X is, yes, we can get geekier onto that, but
sure.
it stands for the Darwin Exchange, but it's
Mhm.
where the fittest strategies thrive
Mm-hmm.
in the eyes of everyone with a full transparency.
No, I love that. I love that. I'm always interested and fascinated about branding names and how they come up and what's the story behind it.
Yeah.
And so in terms of a track record, what is considered a track record, a good track record in the eyes of Darwin X and investors?
Okay, so it actually stands for Darwin Exchange. So as such, and that's one difference with fund managers. We don't really see ourselves as anybody who would have the ultimate opinion as to what a good track record is. So we don't really judge as such. What we do is we level the playing field so that everybody's competing with the same risk, so that the returns are comparable. I think a track record is more like, from the standpoint of a trader, is a promise that one makes to himself to be accountable in the eyes of the world. So one trades, and rather than just hiding, just saying, made a very good trade this month, but forgetting the really bad one that did 2 months before, it's really saying, okay, I'm going to post out these results for me to believe in my own personal growth. And then as I do more and more of that, eventually this will become something credible in the eyes of third parties that I can hopefully sell, and for extra revenue on top of trading my own capital. So now, I haven't really answered the question. It's not a question for me to answer. What I can say, though, is that it's very rare for investors to trust anything which has less than 2 to 3 years of track record, because in a shorter time span, there's a lot of people who just get either lucky, or there's the market environment which is very favorable to their strategy, but it's just a peculiar market environment and so on. So it's really evolution that stands the test of time, and the test of time is typically, in the eyes of the investors, no less than 2 or 3 years.
Definitely. And at the moment, a lot of the eyes that have come on to Darwin X is due to the fallout of in the prop firm industry, right, in the valuation firm industry. And we know in that industry it's a very short-term mindset.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people look at Darwin X and they say, I don't, those from that side of the industry anyway, I don't have that time. I don't want to wait that long.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about that when you hear that?
I mean, trading is like any other craft in the world, and it takes a lifetime to build. And if you come into this to basically make it in a couple of months, then, I think that's kind of a recreational approach that we can't service. I don't think anyone can, mind you, but that's what it takes. I mean, the market is really the competition of everybody who's trying to outsmart everybody else. And I think it's just quite presumptuous to come in and say, I don't have a lot of time, but I'm sort of on the side, maybe hopefully in a couple of months I get funded and get rich. It just doesn't work like that.
And people with existing track record, they can come over to Darwin X, can't they?
They can, yes. So it's possible for us to import from previous traders' broker the history that they've got. Of course, yeah.
And then you have obviously the Darwin X Zero, right, which is where people can start to build their track record.
Yes. So Darwin X Zero is one way to get into what we do. There are a couple of others. One would be to trade with interactive brokers. Another one being to trade CFDs with our own broker. And Darwin X Zero is the third option to come in. In all three cases, the idea is you trade your best. You post the signals to a third party, which is in this case an FCA regulated asset manager. And then we can get to certify that you did place those trades, or you did send us those signals at that point. So you can't sort of rewrite history in retrospect.
Mhm.
Yes, and yeah, so the Darwinex, the advantage it has is that one doesn't have to post personal capital. It is possible to do this as a subscription. What we do is offer the certification service in addition with analytics and the opportunity to benchmark your strategy against what others are doing on a risk-adjusted basis. As you do that, the idea is you beat yourself until you're in a position to start to beat the others. And then as you keep repeating beating the others, the investors will notice and they'll back you.
Definitely. And you've mentioned that twice now in terms of risk adjusting. Could you just break that down for us?
Yes. I think it's more easily said than done, but I think the way to think about it is think of the fact that you're competing for the attention of multiple investors. And of course, the returns that one can make are a function of the risk that one takes. So if we didn't adjust the risk to have everybody on a level playing field, then there would always be the incentive to take up more risk to achieve better returns, to get the attention of the investors who would actually not want to take the extra risk. So it's really a way to level a playing field so that it becomes a meritocracy of what's the strategy that delivers the best on a set risk level.
Definitely. Yeah. So for those who are trying to basically hit home runs and just get the highest return to attract the investors, their risk would be brought down in this sort of...
Yes. So, I mean, think of this. You've got a strategy which trades 3-to-1 leverage and does X, Y, Z. And you've got another strategy, which is the very same strategy does X, Y, Z with 6-to-1 leverage. So from the standpoint of an investor, they are the same because the investor could buy half as much of the second one than the first one. It's not really contributing any value, but it's just generating confusion because the investor will have to go, okay, which was the higher risk of both?
Yeah.
So what we would do in this case, say, if the level of the benchmark was like 3-to-1, and that itself merits discussion. But if the level is 3-to-1, all we would do is half the exposure or the leverage or the positions for the second strategy, so that both would look like what they are, which is clones.
So you get, like, as you say, a level playing field, and that's what you're focused on.
Yeah, and well, in this case, it's easy because both are trading the same way. But there are people who would be, say, scalping. And for instance, the top strategy in the platform only trades news events. So it goes into the market very rarely. There are others who are swing traders who are in the market all the time. And what we do is we look at the historical trading profile to figure out how much a hypothetical investor's money could have moved over 1 month trading the way this guy did and that guy did. And accordingly, we would basically scale up or down the positions of both so that both were, from a risk standpoint, comparable in the eyes of a third-party investor, which is always the benchmark here. And that way you can basically see who's, there's many ways to skin a cat, but it's the one that the investors like, and the investors want to maximize return for a given set of risk, and that's what we do.
Definitely. And what would you say, because a lot of people, as I said, they are looking at Darwinex, and they're probably the biggest question they have in their mind is, how soon could I start making money from this? Yes.
Okay. So we've talked about the years so far, and we really appreciate that. Years is it's like, okay, well, in the long run we're all dead. So we understand that. So what we've created is a replica of the investor situation that incentivizes trading with bearing in mind what the investors want from the first trade. Okay, so we've got the outside capital, which is now in excess of 100 million of assets under management, and there are like the guys who've already got the 3 years of track record under their belt. And then what we do is we take part of the revenues that we make from the outside investors, and we've created a replica of that investor game that people can play from day one. Okay, and what we're doing there is essentially mimicking whatever the investors really want, but from the first day of the first trade, really, in a way such that we can provide incentives from as early as month 1 to get paid for doing the responsible thing. Okay, so it is possible to start making money from the first month, or realistically for the first couple of months. But the idea here is to gradually build revenues on top of trading your own capital. The first allocation, if one does well on a consistent basis, we could be talking about hundreds of pounds per month. It repeats every month, mind you, because we do fresh allocations every month. And the idea is to work your way up to a couple of hundred a month in 3, then 100 a month, then 300 a month, and then that goes all the way up to the top guy on the platform who could be making 100,000 a month. But it's a gradual approach, and one has to build the track record all along, because it's a bit like a ketchup bottle. You hit many times before it really flows, and then it gets flowing.
So it's not a case of, you know, someone's just going to get paid. They do it once, the next month they don't perform as well, but they keep getting paid.
Yeah,
it's focused purely on a stable track record.
It's focused on the last 6 months worth of risk-adjusted performance, because that's what the investors are really going to look at. So first they'll look at, does this guy have enough of a track record? And then the second one is he sort of doing all right now? Because not all strategies perform in all market environments. So that's really what we're trying to replicate here. And then depending on how well you've done over this window in terms of the risk-adjusted return, the cumulative plus the drawdown being a bad thing that penalizes you, the cumulative return being a good thing. But there's no such thing as profit targets. Well, actually, the profit target is what the best guy has achieved on a risk-adjusted basis. That's like 15-20% per year on a compound basis. So that would be the target as such, but you don't hit the target, you're not going to get kicked out. Your track record is there. Same thing for the drawdown. There's no such thing as a drawdown that's going to eliminate you. Of course, it's not good. It's going to penalize you in the options of getting allocations, because these repeat every month. But it's not this contest in that sense. What it is it's a replica of the real thing that we want you to play when you in a couple of years. From day one, so you get into the mindset of a hedge fund manager to become a hedge fund manager.
And in terms of what the private investors are looking for, what is the average, not strike rate, but performance, that these investors are looking for based on your experience so far?
Yeah, so I can give you some. We've analyzed upwards of 40,000 track records of people who've come into the platform looking for investor capital. The best manager we've got so far, who has just won the Hedge Fund Magazine's award for best 5-year sustained performance. So it's actually like the benchmark, even in the hedge fund industry. They've posted something like 15 to 20% compound per year over the last 8 years. So we're talking about an 8-year track record. So that's the kind of the golden standard. I think there's a lot of managers managing upwards of 4 million with 10 to 15% of performance over at least 3 to 4 years of track record. And this, we're talking about the outside capital. Okay, so when we're talking about the replica, the virtual replica, then it's a lot easier. It is deliberately designed to be a lot easier, because first we want the junior guys to play the easy leagues as they migrate up to the major ones. So I think it's coming to like the Darwin X Zero costs 38 euros a month. It's deliberately small, and it's anchored to the cost of going to the gym. That's the idea. I think it's quite realistic if one trades well over 6 months to a year to for sure get back the cost of the certification service, and then some hundreds of euros, potentially even thousands of euros if you're very good. One thing I haven't mentioned is that we don't want people to have to pay $38 every month. We're not really doing it because of that. We're doing it because we own a broker, as I've mentioned before, and that was kind of the path for people to build the track record by trading their own capital. And we've seen countless examples of people trying to go for the shortcut and basically losing a lot more than $38 a month. So the way the service is designed is you can start off before you're willing to commit capital, or you can basically use us, for instance, as an alternative to prop accounts that you've got to certify the track record so that it's not lost if the prop account goes down, whatever it is. And then the minute you feel confident, you can get the service for free on top of trading your own capital. So at that point, it's basically trade your best. We offer this certification service for free, and then you get these extra allocations, be that initially for this kind of virtual investor money that we've talked about, and then eventually as you build up towards live investor capital.
Yeah, so it's a trader's choice of which option they go for.
It's a trader's choice, and they can move from the virtual service to the live service at any time of their choosing. So you can basically, you've got this track record and allocations that you've built up trading on the virtual. You decide you're ready to trade live with a £1,000 account. You get the same service, you keep the allocations, and it's free.
Yeah. Okay, and so would you say that your mindset at Darwin X is actually to attract the professional mindset trader versus what we're seeing a lot of the prop firm minded or the evaluation firm minded trader?
The skilled challenge is finally here. Enjoy the lowest profit targets in the industry through our skilled challenge, which is only requiring a 6% profit target. Yes, you heard that right. Enjoy 85% profit split as well as a 125% challenge-free refund. All part of the best product on the market. You get to choose your drawdown between 8 or 10% through our toggle option, so you choose how much drawdown you would like. Take advantage of the skilled challenge today. Let's take a break for a minute there, guys, because I want to tell you about our other sponsor, TradeZeller. Now, TradeZeller is something I only wished I had during my journey, because I would have saved myself so much time and, more importantly, money, because TradeZeller is the greatest automated journaling software on the market. That's right, automated. All you have to do is connect your MetaTrader 4, MetaTrader 5, and it will pull up all of your data with all your statistics. It goes so in depth from obviously your losses, the day.
It's great to make the money, no, don't get me wrong. And everybody has to pay.
Hey, did you miss today's Dip and Rip trade alert? Dip and Rip is a new trade bot that tells me exactly what to buy, and when to sell. It comes right to my phone.
And everybody has to pay their bills. But I think the money is a validation of the internal self-improvement process and the self-discipline that one acquires. And that's what we call thinking like a pro. You may not be one yet, but you have to think like one from day one. That's what we incentivize that. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people looking for the shortcut. I am not aware of the shortcut. Of course, there are some very good guys out there, and we both know the likes of Kyle and others that they're very good. This is a prop allocation offers them a very quick way to monetize capital. So we think it's great. I think it's done from our standpoint. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the prop industry and the My Forex funds the demise, or there wouldn't be so many people talking about us.
Yeah.
But what we offer is an alternative for people who want to go pro, and then one that offers a way to keep the history of what you've done. So with us, you've got this track record. You could be copying the trades in from some alternative program because it works on MT4, MT5 as well. If that didn't happen to work, then the track record will not be lost. And I think that's the tragedy that I see with many, right? They're starting over and over and over, and then they've got nothing to prove for it.
Yeah, no, 100%. And you can definitely tell the different type of trader that you're looking for. As you say, the professional trader, the one who has the longer term mindset. And really what you alluded to there as well is not really focused on making quick money as in like they need to make money right now. Yes, everyone does trade for money, but they also have outside goals of self-mastery, being one of the best traders that there are available. Because when I speak to people like Kyle or Paladin, the reason they are good at the prop firms isn't because I would say because of the prop firms. It's actually because of their mindset and how they're treating trading.
Yeah.
They treat trading like a profession. They look up to professional traders, not other retail traders, for example.
Yeah.
When they speak about traders, they're speaking about professional traders, people who manage larger capital.
Yeah.
And I feel like they're like the perfect fit of what Darwin X is looking for. And I think there's a lot of other traders out there who have that mindset, but they don't know where to go.
Yeah.
So that's what the aim is, to hopefully through this podcast episode and also you guys being within the space and within the communities, people will find you and be able to start building that track record if they don't have it already. But if they do have it, be able to then put it onto your platform and then seek that investor capital. In terms of investor capital, so you said how much do you have under management at the moment?
I think it's like last count is 130 million. Bear in mind we're growing as well, so it's we're growing with our traders. In the beginning, it was a struggle because you don't have good traders, you don't get investor capital. You don't have investor capital, there's no traders. We're thankfully past that right now. We've grown upwards of 100% in the last year.
Wow.
I'm not aware of any platform having come as far as we have. Obviously, the numbers are still small, but compared to, we're actually larger than many CFD brokers out there in terms of AUM. But to come back to your point, one analogy, my brother also plays poker, I think many other traders do. And I think there is an analogy there with poker stars in two ways. One is thinking of poker from a recreational standpoint, when I have some fun, but I'm not really willing to put in the hours and so on. That's kind of one way to look at it. It's fun. And then there's the pro mindset, which is, okay, I've loved the recreation. I want this to become something more in my life. Be that a way to generate some side income, or potentially I really want to go pro. Okay, and that's everybody's choice to the extent they've got the abilities or they're willing to put the time. And I think that's a valid parallel here. And the other thing is that what we're trying to do here is post out success stories, which are public for everyone to see. I think we should do one podcast where you interview the top guy. You can see that guy. He's got, of course, Kyle. He can share his experiences with the service and so on. But once you see somebody and you see, okay, this guy's done it and he got there, and now I know what I need to do myself. Then you've got the success story that's kind of going to arrange you. Otherwise, it's like, okay, trading, you get rich quick, and you don't know how quick, you don't know how much money you have to make. At some point, perhaps somebody tells you what it should be, and you don't even know if that's possible. I mean, as I said, the best guy in 40,000 trackers we've seen has posted 15 to 20% per year, has had more than 16% drawdown. So I don't think he would have passed many trading challenges. So it's just, it's very tough, but then at the same time, it's part of the process. I think, as Rodrigo also put it, the returns are the result of the process, and you just have to focus, because you can't influence the returns, but you can influence for sure the process.
Definitely. No, definitely. I love that. I love the analogy as well with the poker, because it's so true. There are people who just play for fun, and even then it's for money still. Like they enjoy the money aspect. Yeah. But then there are those who want to go professional. And then when they go professional, they have to go into much further detail. They have to submit to time, because even if they want to go professional, they don't just go straight to the big leagues on TV. They have to work their way up the tables, and, through the track record that they built and their reputation and their risk management and how they handle the pressure. They then obviously level up, and the pots get bigger, the prizes get bigger, the world stage gets bigger. So it's a perfect analogy for sure. In terms of your top guy that you mentioned there, how much in capital is he managing at this point?
I think it's like 33, 34 million at this time. So I think that's kind of set to increase, because there's this article with Hedge Fund Magazine which went out. So let's see. I'm actually quite keen to see myself, right? Because for us, it's our baby. It was my brother had the idea. I wrote the first PowerPoint presentation, and there's a lot of us employed in here, and we're all growing with the guy. He actually was a superstar in video games.
Really?
If anybody is into World of Warcraft, I think he was I don't know, but he would be best of at least for sure, best of Europe or thereabouts.
Wow.
So
some people will know him out there.
I think they will. Yeah, there's actually some videos out there with hundreds of thousands of views. Yeah, and this is 10 years ago, before he decided to start trading. Yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah. Absolutely incredible. So he's trading with that much capital. So what would his profit split be for being the top trader?
Sure. I mean, what we do is we work.
If you're a coach, we have $1,000 gift for you, which already 40,000 coaches have taken advantage of. The gift is our neuroscience-based tools that you can use for free to attract new clients, and many coaches have already used.
What we do is we work like a hedge fund. The idea here is we collect what a hedge fund would collect, because that's what investors actually pay. So we'd love to collect 80%, but investors only pay 20% in that way. We offer the platform, and we take a 25% cut in the 20%. So we collect the investors 20% from the investors, and we pay out 75% of what we collect from investors to the traders.
Okay.
So he would make 15% on the profits that he achieves on the investor capital. So to make numbers round, let's say he made 20% in a year. Yeah. He kept 15% profit shares. That would be 3%. 20% times 15% is 3%. Okay. Times 33 million, that would be $1 million.
Wow. Okay. How long has he been trading on your platform?
He's been trading, I think he joined 2014, 2015. Yeah. Wow. That's the other thing. We've been around for a long time here. We started the company in 2012.
It's not like you just popped up now and...
No, I mean, it's one of those, we've become the 10-year overnight success, I guess. That's how it works.
Yeah. How does that feel, though? Because it is interesting, isn't it? You have been working so hard for a long period of time. You've been building this for a long period of time. And then you have a moment like this, which wasn't something you did, for example. Yeah. You were ready in terms of you've been in the environment, you've been in the community, and you've been working hard at your vision. Yeah. But then something else happens in the industry that leads the spotlight to you.
Yeah, I think, the whole thing with the process and the outcome, it doesn't just apply to trading. It applies to being an entrepreneur. I think we've been growing the company. We've been setting the foundations to a company. There's I think it's approaching 80 of us now. And I think the important thing for us has been not everybody knows us, because we don't play the game of the recreational game. We don't make as much money as others. Therefore, we have not been able to advertise because we just didn't have the margin. I mean, like now it's the prop industry, before it was the CFD industry. So we've been working sort of away with our very happy client base who's been recommending and so on. And then I think the seeds were there. Everybody was, a lot of that was ready. And then it's important that when the limelight comes, all those that have known you can vouch for you, because otherwise this wouldn't happen if all this flow, all this attention would go nowhere if there were like bad reviews left, right and center because we had treated people badly over the last 10 years.
This is true. This is very, very true. Yeah. And so like you've trusted your work, right? Stay consistent with your work and your vision. Yeah. And then just believed it will pay off.
We've always believed in the vision, and everything we do thinking of this aspiring pro that my brother once was. And I think podcasts like these are really helping us explain why we do what we do, because if you go into our website, I mean, you can still see it. It's a very geeky website, and it's not obvious to understand what it is we do, partially because people are looking at us from the eyes of a prop, which we're not.
Yes.
And partially it's because we're kind of product guys, so we think of this feature, that feature. But I think the important thing is the why. And once you get the why, all the whats of what we do are internally consistent, because all of them are designed to meet the specs of what the 2011 aspiring pro needed.
Yes. It's a really good one though, because it is what people struggle with. Even to this day, it's the same struggle that people face of how do I get capital? How do I get my foot in the door? Yeah. Especially when we don't have the degree. We haven't been to the university. We haven't gone through the institutional and banking process. Yeah. They feel lost. And that's why the instant sort of thought is either I need to try and flip an account. Yeah. Or at the moment, obviously we have the evaluation firms that we can try on as well, right? Yeah. But now they should know, hopefully, that they have this other option that is not only available, it's not new either. It's got the infrastructure, it's got the investor capital there, it's growing still. So it's incredible to hear. What is the goal though? Where is it? Is there a particular goal that you guys have in mind of where you're trying to go to?
Yeah, so before we go into the goal, we get back to that in a second. I mean, just look at us right now. I mean, which podcasting university did you go to?
No, none.
None, right?
I wish there was one.
So are we sitting in the BBC studios here? Yeah. No. Are we? I mean, are you any bit less professional than those guys?
I'd like to think not.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, right? Like if you that happened in the world of podcasting, why should it not happen in the world of trading? And that's the goal. The goal is to be the platform where people say, look, if you want to prove yourself as a pro, you just, that's DarwinX is where the pros are.
I love that.
That's the goal. And I think the
is
rest...
that your slogan? Because if it's not,
it isn't yet, but I think that's the idea. So DarwinX is where the pros trade, right? I mean, that's the... Yeah.
We're going to need to change that website now. That's
No, well, perhaps, but I think the important thing is that more and more people... I mean, I think there's a video that's kept me going over the years, and I really encourage... And I think for you, I mean, probably you know it. It's called, there's a guy called Derek Sivers, and the video is called How to Start a Movement in Under 3 Minutes. Oh, wow. And that explains what it takes to grow something from the grassroots, which is what we're trying to do. And I think we're getting to a point now where enough people are understanding why we do what we do. That will force us to explain it better, which granted is still a subject we can do better on. But I think the foundations are there. And in the long run, for me, the biggest pride would be to say nobody had to hit a wall when he said, I want to become a pro in trading, right? Like you want to be a pro in poker, you go to Poker Stars. So we'd like to be, Trader Stars, I guess.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. It's good that you're doing what you're doing and have been doing what you're doing, because like you said, there isn't any other available outlet there. There's nowhere that people can go at the moment, and they will feel lost, so they'll feel restricted in their options and sort of forced into certain options as well. But it's incredible. It is incredible. Now, one thing that people did ask me, because I did put out a tweet just a few days ago, just saying that obviously DarwinX is coming. Any questions? And one question that a few people asked, which was, do you have enough capital, investor capital, if you had X number of traders? So let's say you had, I don't know, 1,000 traders with track records on your platform. Would you have enough capital for all of them to be able to trade?
Yes.
Meet Kiana, Shiori, and Karthik, just a few merchants from around the globe who have switched to Shopify, the leading e-commerce platform.
Yes. So this is where the virtual capital element comes into play. So the investor capital for the guys who are already funded is what it is. Okay. So we're growing with the platform. It grows with the quality of the traders and with the confidence of the investor base. Okay. Now the capital for think of it the video game is funded partially out of the monies that come from the revenues of the broker, and partially out of the fees that we collect for the startup capital and the commissions that we make with the broker. So in that sense, it's self-hedged, because really what we're doing here is creating a level playing field where everybody can prove the track record, they challenge each other, and then part of the revenues they're making comes from the revenues that everybody else is making. It's just that it's a much healthier environment than in a prop, because there's outside investor capital out there. We want to build good track records, and if for whatever reason we just didn't reward that, then it would be against the long-term benefits of the platform. But it is paid for by the commissions of the people that trade with the live broker, and with the subscription that the traders are paying. Of course, in addition to the 130 million and growing of investor capital. But the thing here is everybody needs to grow together. There is no risk of us running out of capital, because it comes also partially from the contestants who submit to the level playing field.
And so are you always seeking more outside capital as well to add to
Of
your
course,
portfolio?
but this is I mean the ketchup bottle that I alluded to with the traders is the same for us. I mean, like no one in his right mind 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, would go to an online platform where people are trading from home to allocate their monies. I mean, that's still, we are a social shift in ourselves. So we're growing together with the underlying social shift. And I think that's the beauty in it, because in many ways, what's happened also over the years, and I expect that to happen with us too, is that not everybody gets to make it. But if they've been competing in a level playing field with Kyle, they'll say, well, I'm never going to be Kyle, but I can invest in it, in him, right? That's the difference with a prop. This is everybody challenging each other and investing in each other. It's not like there's one outside capital source. It's infinite, to the extent that the credibility we build together is by just competing and seeing the transparent outcomes.
Definitely. No, definitely. And so what would be what's been the process of acquiring capital? How have you gone about that during this journey so far? Many independent traders around the world have great strategies, but no access to capital. Fundraising might not be your game. However, DarwinX, a UK and EU regulated broker and asset manager, has been providing a solution for this since 2012, a path towards investor capital on merit. The mantra is act like a hedge fund manager and you'll become one. Just trade your best and focus on building a track record attractive.
For us, it's sort of come by itself. It hasn't come by itself in the sense that we of course put out the platform and took the asset management license, but every trader in the platform by definition will be the financial expert of their inner circle. So they will very often have doubled themselves in investing in the traders, and then the word goes round. So it's really a question of a good product. We haven't really actively gone out to market the investments, because up to a couple of years ago, we didn't have enough good traders. And even now, DarwinX Zero is born out of the need to create, to groom our next generation of traders. And I think there's a balance in there, in the sense that even communities, I mean, I can see a lot of communities starting to kind of talk in their own Discord about how they're doing on DarwinX Zero and so on. I would not be surprised if many of these people actually ended up investing themselves in the best players in the community. And that's actually not been an issue so far. The hard thing is to build the confidence in the first place. That's the regulation, and then posting out the returns publicly. Anybody can see how everybody else is doing, so there's no way to fake the thing, and eventually trust flourishes.
Okay, so has a lot of it been internal capital from your traders?
Well, it's internal capital from the user community. So it's not our internal capital.
Yeah.
Remember, like we're basically reinvesting part of the fees we make from the outside investors plus the fees that people are paying in. But it's really, it's the inner capital is the confidence or the trust that everybody's got to see, okay, we're all being accountable, we're all posting the returns, and it's survival of the fittest. And the fit is actually quite good. So why not invest in the guy?
Okay, so the other traders on the platform are investing on
everybody can be
top
both
performing
sides.
traders,
That's the other beauty, in my opinion, to this prop model is the money. Well, if somebody was making money, it would be the prop only. There's no option for all the others to follow in the bandwagon.
No, that makes sense. And do you get outside capital as well?
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, there are a number of family offices looking at the platform, and there's In ourselves, I said there's test capital in the platform. There's investors with like 1 to 5 million, and they're looking to scale as and when they see better or like the more they see a flow of good investable traders, the easier it is to get the capital. I mean, honestly, the hard thing is not to get the capital. The hard thing is to get the traders.
Of course, yeah. So that's what the main focus is right now, is to find the traders.
It always has been. Yes. Because even then, and that's another point that not many people appreciate. It's a strategy is not just about the percentage return. It's about the capacity of how much capital you can manage. And many strategies, particularly the ones that trade short term, they may achieve a very substantial percentage return, but after 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 10 million, investor slippage eats into that, and then the performance is gone. So it's not just about getting good traders, it's getting good traders with more capacity, optimizing the capacity and so on.
So having profitable on capital, on size strategies, not just strategies that may work on a lower size.
I mean, every profit is welcome. It's just that the ones, for instance, like swing traders, and we get this a lot in this calibration phase until we know how much to adjust the positions. There's some guys who go, look, I trade like 3 times a month. This is much worse for me. It's like the answer is no, it isn't, because at some point you'll be able to take on 200 million and the others will be stuck with 2. So again, it's the pro mindset.
So it's allowing yourself to separate yourself and to understand what the bigger vision is, the bigger picture.
I think the bigger picture is, look, I want to be a trader in the long run. For me to be a trader in the long run, I have to get a bit better every day. I want to post the results to be accountable with myself, and I want to put them out to the world, for the world to see, and then eventually the rest will follow.
Definitely.
Yeah. I would not advise, I mean, there's a lot of people who come and say, should I quit my day job? And then the answer is no, not until you've built a substantial revenue base that allows you to basically not have to agonize if this position is going to go south by 3%. So we have a lot of people who are like engineers, they have a day job, and they're making like 30, 40K a year to top off the day job revenues, and they're quite happy like that. Thank you very much. So,
no, definitely, and it's a process. So, it's as we talked about, it's a particular type of mind, particular type of trader, a particular type of maybe even goal that they have when using this platform, not just short-term mindset. The short-term mindset.
I think it's the self-improvement. I mean, I think I'm not a trader myself, but as an entrepreneur, what I can say is like it's how you outgrow your mistakes and own up to them, and they make you who you are. And I think the same applies to every walk of life, including how did your trades in the past make you who you are today, and what have you learned for the next trade.
That's it. And have you had traders who may have started a track record on what would be classed as, say, poor or average, who then improved as they continued?
Yeah, so this is the...
We have a grand puppy and 2 grand kitties. So they're not...
This is the... of course. I mean, like, did you race the Tour de France when you first got on a bike? No, right?
Me, no.
I mean, did you?
I never even thought about it.
Did you fall flat on your face?
More than likely, many
of course,
times,
of course you did. Everybody does, right? Because it's hard. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of people who come to me, and we see that with all these people who restart. It's like there's no point restarting. I mean, it's kind of a way of hiding behind your thing. So, I've got a chunk of my whatever personal wealth is not invested in the company, which is essentially 90% of the whole thing. I'm an investor myself in the investor platform, and I believe a lot more in people who've basically had a bad year and come back over the years than I do in these seemingly fantastic curves who only go up and up and up. I know for a fact they're not fake, because we know that they are true in our platform, but I just don't believe. And we've had a number of examples there of people who were doing very well, and then they stopped doing so well, and they couldn't cope with the pressure. So I actually believe a lot more in people who've, started. I mean, of course, you have to make money, right? But I don't really believe in the kind of too good to be true types of curves.
Definitely. I'm guessing, have you seen a lot of those and then just seen them fall off?
We've seen them all. I mean, like, we actually don't hide the ones that fall off. So anybody can go to the leaderboard at DarwinX, and it's basically a graveyard, right? And there's like 20, 30 guys who've made it over the years, and everybody else has failed. Because it's that tough.
Definitely. So it really comes down to that accountability.
I think so, yeah. But accountability vis-a-vis oneself. I mean, it's the one person you can't hide from is yourself.
Yeah. And is that why you think, when people try and they may have a rough start, they try to restart? Is that them avoiding that accountability?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not a trader, but I used to play video games as a kid, right? And then you basically say, I want to kind of hit the perfect score, and you've only got like 3 lives, right? So if you only get this far to the third monster with the first life, then better start over because you're not going to make it. It's like, but I'm not learning, right? So you're not acquiring the skill. So I understand the temptation. I mean, I fell prey to it myself, right? Because but
no, definitely. It's incredible to hear because, as you said as well, like 30, so only 30 traders really have made it so far.
So far, yeah, but I mean, it doesn't mean you can't do it. It's just like that, it's they were the ones that made it to begin with, right? It's,
And would you say this is probably your next phase in the journey with Darwin X, is obviously seeing where we go from here, how we increase that number from 30 to beyond?
Look, I think what it took was to get, because good traders have always been out there. It's just like convincing them that your pitch is trustworthy and profitable enough for them to come to your platform. And that's really what it has been. And I think we've made that leap jump in the sense of, like, in the last year with the guy who's come he was at 5 million, he's now at 30. So we've got a real success story to prove to the world. And then there's others who are basically saying, look, I'm finally going to have a place where I can showcase how well I'm doing. And I think that's when things can go exponential. So I've got high hopes. It's not going to be overnight, of course, but I don't think the fact of what we achieved in the last 10 years is anything to say what we're going to achieve in the next 10, because the hardest thing is what we've done so far.
Definitely. And so where are we right now in terms of the options? Where traders, if they want to sign up to Darwin X, what would be the process for them?
Okay.
So what would be the process if they did the subscription, or if they did just with their personal capital? What would be the process for them?
Well, remember, they can start with a subscription and go to the personal capital.
Yep.
But so I think the subscription we've designed for people who lack either the capital or the trust to basically fund a live account. Okay, so if somebody doubts whether they have the capital or the trust and they're not certain, I think the lowest path to entry costs 95 euros sign up which includes the first month, and then 38 euros thereafter. It's best to start, I think, on Darwin X Zero. If you're already trading live, or you're very confident that you're already making money and so on, at that point it probably makes sense to just open a live account with a Darwin X broker for 1,000 euros, and then you get all that Zero has to offer for free. Okay, so it's really a question of where are you in your journey, or in some cases, for instance, if one lives in countries where we cannot accept clients onto the regulated broker, then that's the only option that's there. But the choice is theirs, and as I said before, they can at any point take the track record and the allocations they've accrued over in the virtual environment, port it over to the live environment, and then basically pay nothing to get the allocations.
And then what would the process from there is just trade?
Trade. I mean, all you ever do with us is trade. Yeah.
And then based on your performance, you can then get these simulated.
You get the simulated allocations, or the virtual allocations, and these are given out every month. And then you start collecting cash. Then that cash, you can cash it out if that's what you want. You can reinvest into the live account. It's really your choice. Okay, that's the process. As you grow, you'll start seeing your first outside investor, which is like a great experience. Then you get like the next 3. You can see all the investors. You see at what time at what price they bought your index, what they're going to pay you, depending on the performance you post over the next 3 months, and then gradually you're building your own hedge fund, because really that's what you're doing. I mean, you're building your first track record, and then you're gradually building a hedge fund for which you don't have to raise. All you have to do is just trade.
That's it.
That's it. It's that hard, but it needn't be any harder than that. Yeah. So there's no rules. You have to make this many trades. You have to hit this profit target. You're going to get eliminated. You can't get eliminated. All you're doing here is just posting your track record. It's just, I mean, it's a different thing. It's just that we have been happily coming to the limelight now because of this prop thing. But it's a different game. It's a pro game.
Like you said, yeah, because a lot of, as we talked about, a lot of traders have a short-term mindset for whatever reason. Because I think if you're going to be a trader, you need a long-term mindset. It doesn't matter if you're a scalper, a day trader, swing trader. As a trader who wants to use the skill to make money, I believe you need to have a long-term mindset. I think if you want to be successful at anything, you need to have that long-term mindset.
I mean, you're not going to make it in the short term. Like it's it's like you can have whatever mindset you want, but what I can tell you is you're not going to make it in the first months. You're just not.
So, as someone who's not a trader, then, as you said, what do you think to the trading industry when you've seen it? So you've seen obviously your side, Then you've seen obviously what's happening in the space as well.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts generally in terms of like how traders perform and their mindsets towards it?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's I've basically seen it. I mean, there's a point where greed and ignorance meet, and then there's a lot of people who are unfortunately ignorant enough because they haven't been educated in it. Of course, I mean, I'm not saying it's easy because you watch movies and you think it's not a growth mindset. It's a whether I've got it or I don't. It's I'm a good driver just because I've born with these supernatural gifts that I can be a good driver, and you forget about the fact that how many hours they spend in the simulator, how many hours they put into that, right? So that's the two mindsets. Now, if you think you're born with some natural gift that you're going to be a good trader, then you'll go for the shortcut because why would you take the long road? Because you're a superstar, and then there's going to be somebody else at the other end who's going to promise you riches within months, and they're going to take your money, right? And then the retail recreational trading industry is basically the gambling industry with another name, where people ignorant or greedy enough to come in and believe in the promise that they're going to get rich quick, basically fork their monies out to people who are in the business of taking their monies.
Okay.
And I mean, if anything, the My Forex Funds things shows it, right? There's it's Wolf of Wall Street. There's the Lamborghini Aventadors. There's the house in the whatever. I mean, it's what it is. If you go for the shortcut, it's a shortcut to nowhere.
Every time, no matter the position.
Yes, because I mean, if it was so easy, how come not everybody's driving an Aventador? It's just, of course, it's the self-delusional aspect of thinking of I am born with it, and then some people graduate onto learning. Of course, everybody thinks they're super smart at first until you go and benchmark yourself against the others, and you realize, oh, maybe I'm not so good. But what we're trying to create here is a level playing field, so you can work on yourself, and then as you work on yourself, you work on yourself better than the others, you beat the others, you land these virtual allocations, you make your first 100 quid, you make your first 200 quid and so on, and that's really empowering because it's the power of compound interest, it's the power of compound skill. That's what it is.
Definitely. And in terms of that skill set then, so is there particular aspects of the skill set of trading that you've recognized in those 30 traders, whether it's the risk management, whether it's the style of trading? Is there anything in particular that's like a pattern?
Yeah, I think if there's one thing, and again, I can't judge the trading, but the one thing I've seen from the outside is the self-awareness. It's kind of diagnosing yourself in terms of psychology and not hiding behind anything. It's like, I did this trade right. I messed up this last one. Why did I mess it up? Just try and make sense. We don't want to mess the same trade twice, right? So, and this goes back to like anything in life, the benefits of journaling, the benefits of the self reflection that gets you there. Then of course you have to realize what's more suited to your character. There's some people who say, I just get way too nervous if I'm doing manual trades, I therefore become an algorithmic guy. Or there's others who just feel in the flow with the market and they come in and they trade for 3 hours in the morning and then they get out, thank you very much, or there's days where I just don't feel like I've got it, so I'm better stay away from it. It's but it's a self-awareness of learning to know yourself, trying to learn about the market and seeing this where both click.
Definitely. And do you have anyone who uses algorithms then or EAs?
We have a lot of them. Yes, actually, out of the better ones, many of them are actually algorithmics. Yeah.
Wow.
Doesn't go to say you can't do it. As I said, you can, as long as you skin the cat, there's no right or wrong way about it. But there's a lot of algorithms, yes.
Wow. That's incredible to hear. I didn't realize that. And have you had anyone who's like performed really well, gotten to a stage where they can have the outside capital, but then lost their mindset or lost their edge?
Yes, we have. Yes.
And what's that been like? What's it normally been the reason for it?
I think it's been kind of psychological. I mean, of course, there's not all strategies work in this equally well in the best environments. I think the best traders, what they do well is they make money when the going is good, and they don't lose much when the going gets tough in terms of the market not working well for them. So, for instance, there's one of the traders who's got like 6 or 7 million in the platform. He's been flat for a year and a bit now, because the guy's he catches trends and there's no trend. So there's no trend. Strategy just doesn't work well. But he hasn't just kind of gone crazy in terms of like over-levering or changing the trading style, because that happens also quite a bit. We had a pretty big not blow up, because that's part of the risk adjustment is not just to level the playing field, it's also to protect the investors in case somebody goes crazy, because some people have gone crazy in the past. And I think it was this guy who had a strategy that was working fantastically well for 3 years, started to attract a lot of capital, then stopped performing for whatever reasons that be, and the guy couldn't just cope with the pressure of saying, I've got these people who've trusted me, I'm not growing the capital anymore. He started changing the way he traded, and then lost like 30% in 6 months, something like that.
And where do you have your parameters in those situations? You know?
Yeah, so this is where the scaling comes into place. We're not guaranteeing to the investors that they're going to make money. What we do tell them is what is the likelihood of making plus minus X in a month. Okay, so the way the level playing field is designed to be as risky as investing in a stock index, because this way outside investors can say, okay, I can invest in a stock index, or I can put some of my money into one of these trading strategies, which is typically uncorrelated, but I know that on any given month, they can move by about the same thing. Okay. So the S&P 500, 19 months out of 20 will not make or lose more than 6.5%. Okay, so the way we size the positions, and we do this individually for every trader, depending on how frequently or how much size they trade and so on, is defined in a way such that 19 out of 20 months, they will not do better or worse than 6.5%. This way, it becomes basically an investable track record, because the investors know, okay, this guy's been posting all these returns on a set level of risk, which hasn't changed over time.
So then if there's an event where, as you said, like with that one where the trader went off their strategy, so off that track record, you guys can then adjust accordingly. Well,
the algorithm is trading, and this is part of what happens in this, as you asked us, how does it work? Like when people come in, and if they don't bring a previous track record, then we need the algos that do these adjustments to learn about the trading style. So those are evaluating the trading style for every trade. So they learn from I think there's like a set window of what comes into it. And then if they see that, for instance, the guy is starting to increase the size, they will gradually scale by even more than before. It's really a gradual process that happens. But if for whatever reason, so like a fat finger mistake, or the guy just really goes nuts, he typically trades like 3-to-1 leverage and tries to trade 30-to-1 leverage, then these algos will intervene at the position open, so that the investors who were replicating the strategy would not do more like that 6 or 7 to. I mean, there is some leeway that people can take,
so increase a bit.
But you can't just like go completely out of whack, because that's going to scare everybody. And this is very important also. Everybody is a shareholder in everybody else, in the sense that we're all building trust together. So if the platform just had some regulatory issue, then that would affect all traders. If one trader blows up and the investors get spooked, they pull the plug not just on that trader, they'll pull the plug on the platform. And that's happened in the past, right? So we basically need to make everybody accountable to everybody else, because we're all building credibility here. It's taking us a lot of years, and it's taken many years, actually many traders a lot of years, to get to the point where people will actually look at DarwinX and not say this is just like some random online scam, that one guy could come in and blow everybody's credibility overnight. So that's the other reason why we control the risk.
Definitely, yeah, because otherwise it would always be at risk, right? You'd always have this fear of someone making a mistake.
We are at risk. I mean, like the last year has been a tough year, for instance, and the best traders have not performed particularly well. Again, they haven't lost, which is already a good start, but the market has been bad in that sense. But you're always at risk. There's a market risk that the strategies perform well, and that's why we want to have as many good traders as we can, because that basically diversifies that risk away.
Definitely. And what's it been like since obviously this fallout with the prop firm space? Have you seen a huge amount of traffic coming your way?
Yes.
And with that, I'm sure there's a lot of questions. What have been the sort of common questions you've been getting?
I mean, WTF is this? Yeah, we're getting a lot of that, and that's the background. And we sent a letter the kind of last couple of weeks to explain why we do what we do. We are hosting a lot of webinars to explain this to people. We're reaching out to the partners that we've got to basically explain what we do, because it's been very tough. People were describing us as the healthy prop, and we think we're healthy because all the incentives are aligned, but we're not a prop because there's no house capital at stake. What we're doing is we're taking part of our revenues and creating these virtual allocations to incentivize good trading, but all the capital it's outside capital. That's where it comes from, right?
Yeah, definitely. And talking of questions, then I did ask them, so I want to make sure I feel like I got them all.
Okay.
I feel like I got them all. But just in case, we're going to go through some of them. We've asked that one, yeah. This is a good question, actually. So they ask about in regards to the risk engine.
Yeah.
They said, how has the risk engine they've been using evolved over time with more and more data on traders?
Yeah. Okay. So that's a very good question. So it's evolved in the sense that it's better tuned to intervening when it's necessary and staying away when it's not. So we've calibrated in that way, in a way such that it's the least intrusive as possible to the trader, whilst guaranteeing everybody's safety, or at least credibility.
Yeah.
And again, a lot of people ask, what can I do? What can I not do? And so what you can do is just trade like you normally would. Okay, so you have to trade like you normally would, trusting that this thing is going to scale you up or down, so that you're competing in a level playing field with everybody else. But if you trade with a certain consistency, there'll be a one-to-one correlation between what you do and what your investor strategy does. We call them indices. We'll get back to that in a second. But that's what it'll do. So you don't need to worry about it, right? It's kind of like the ABS in a car, right? Like you don't want to know that it's there. It's just you know that it's good to know that it's there from the standpoint of the investors, but it's not designed to override you. Or as a matter of fact, we used to call it the risk manager, and that's a word that got everybody cross for the right reasons, because what it is a risk engine that basically scales everybody to the level playing field. And if somebody does something out of whack, it will intervene, because that's when it really needs to protect everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the thing.
Definitely. And then going back to the equities that you mentioned.
Yeah, so we do know there's this index thing that we do not, because a lot of people before thinking that we were a prop, people described us as a copy trading site.
Okay.
Okay, and to some extent it is a copy trading site in the sense that one guy leads and the others follow, but it's not copy trading in the sense that the guys who follow do not know the trades they're placing. Because if they did know, they could basically take $1 million. But if it's a good strategy, of course. If somebody's kind of telling you, okay, I'll charge you like you're managing €1,000 for the benefit on the €1,000, but then they know the trades, they can go back and basically raise 10 million euros and pay you nothing for that upside. Okay, and that's why we basically put the strategies into this index that replicates the trades that you're doing. The people who are using Darwin X Zero can see at all times what's the composition of their index, but the investors don't see that, because that's the only way to get paid for all the success that your strategy is generating for third-party investors.
Okay, so it keeps like almost anonymous, like the safety net for the trader.
It protects the intellectual property.
Perfect. And then someone did ask, what would be 3 simple changes that a trader could make to increase their chances of profitability, and using obviously Darwin X to
quite
be
frankly,
profitable?
I'll be none. There's basically the standard process. There's no playing the game in terms of profitability, because what I've learned about these prop things is that there's lots of rules about it. There are no rules here. The rule is you have to post returns on a level playing field, and then the longer you achieve the higher performance, then the bigger the odds of obtaining long-term performance. But you can only really focus on your next trade. So just think of place the best next trade that you can, focus on your risk management, and repeat. That's it's like focus, risk management, repeat. Those are the 3 things you can do.
Definitely. In terms of risk management side, this isn't here, this is just from me, but is there a particular drawdown, not limit, and there's no rule in terms of limit,
No, there isn't.
but is there something that that investors look for as as a sort of cap, if you will?
Yeah. Okay, that's a good question. So the strategies that have made the most capital over the years on this comparable to stock index benchmark, they will have 10 to 20% drawdown. Okay, so that's kind of beyond there. You really start losing investors, or kind of losing investor attractiveness. So there's no eliminating factor per se. It's perfectly okay to have a big drawdown in the beginning and then really pick up, because if you had your first year wasn't great, but then you've picked up over the next 6, then that's kind of forgotten, right? Who checks your grades from school today, right? But I think so more than the best strategies have not had more than 15 to 20% drawdown.
It makes sense. And then is there the same on the profit side? Or is profit kind of obviously the more profit that a trader can
the
make?
profit, yes. I mean, of course, remember that it's risk adjusted, so it's you're competing with the index, so it's kind of quite hard. There's been people who've made like 30% years, even 35% years, but you know the best guys achieved something like 20% compound. There was a couple of years where he was flat. There was a couple of years we did like 60 or 70% in the beginning. But that's about. I mean, no one's made 100% or more in over 1 year in the platform. No one, not one. And then I would have to check how many have made more than 50% on any given year. No one's made more than 50% in 2 years. That's for sure. So it's.
You know, it's interesting to hear. I would feel like an investor probably has more focus in terms of the risk side to make sure that their capital is protected.
Yeah.
Of course, then they're open to profit, because obviously the investor wants to profit as much as possible, of course. But as long as the risk makes sense, right?
Yes, I mean you will only ever invest something who's risky. No, I mean if you're investing in something you know what you're risking, you're just basically playing recreational investor, and that ends in the same way as recreational trader,
No,
which is badly.
Someone's asking this, but I feel like you've already answered it. So I'll ask you anyway, though, just to make sure.
Yeah.
Someone says, what's to stop the top traders from just moving to another platform and taking investors away from DarwinX?
Okay.
And charging their own fees and performance cut?
Yeah. That's a very good point. It's a very good point. So first thing is, for better or worse, the investors are investors in the sense that they are signing the contract with us. And then from a regulatory standpoint, both managing third-party capital as well as pitching for third-party investor capital requires a license. So if we allowed our traders to have direct contact with investors, we would come into regulatory trouble, because we do provide the regulatory cover to manage investor monies, but we do not offer the cover to pitch to investors. Okay, so they could not take the investors away per se, because they don't know who they are. Now that said, obviously, everybody knows who the top guy is. He's actually going to speak for us. We're going to make him our poster child. So it's quite easy for somebody to try and really go bypass the us to go directly to the trader. And that puts a cap on what we can charge. This is the reason we charge investors only institutional rates. So investors are paying for a couple of €1,000 a rate they would not get for millions if they went to our program directly. Why? Because the more we charge the investors in terms of markup vis-a-vis what the trader gets, the higher the incentive for both the traders and the investors to bypass us.
Of course.
Okay.
So you keep it fair, you have the regulations. And that's probably the most
important. And actually, again, I mean, doing an analogy with football, I mean, it's not in our interest to make money. We don't make our monies with Cristiano Ronaldo. We make our monies with the guys who want to become Cristiano Ronaldo. So the best traders, we can essentially give them the service for free, because they are actually advertising value to us, and we want them with us. Again, like any sponsoring things, Poker Stars is with the pros play. Do they try and make money from the pros? No. What the money that funds the top tables is what the stakes from all the lower tables.
That is interesting, actually. Yeah, it's really good. And
I mean, this is important. It's like, I think anybody who's watching me here, they can tell I would be a very polished BS operator if I didn't speak from the heart here. I mean, that's for anybody to judge. But all the things that we do, we're also doing in self-interest, right? So it's kind of, we've got this vision of trying to deliver on the dream. That's kind of what drove the beginning of the thing. But we've now got 80 people to get paid every month. We have to make money out of this. And all the decisions we make are long-term greedy here. So it's not like we're trying to be an NGO. We are long-term greedy in the process.
Yeah, no, of course. So it's not like you're a charity or you're trying to just do this.
No, we couldn't be, because if we were a charity, we couldn't attract people to the business. It has to be a business so we can reinvest.
That's right. No, that's right. And someone's asking here, why did you choose 6 months period for traders to be eligible for investors' capital?
Yeah, because that's kind of long enough to be credible and short enough for people to the people who are really saying how quickly can I make monies in the platform. So it's we think it's a reasonable compromise between both.
Yeah, no, definitely. And then obviously, I think the way you have it set up is that the longer the track record is, the more capital that can be accessed and then put towards that trader.
Just for those who don't know it, like of course, investor capital is the investors who choose, so we don't really meddle with that other than posting the risk-adjusted returns. Now, when it comes to the virtual allocations, which we've been talking about, what we're trying to do is obviously mimic the kind of rational mind of the investors. But the 3 factors that feature in it are the 5-month return prior to the last allocation window, which is every month. So kind of if we're talking about like this is September, so it would be the 5 months up to September, which is kind of one criteria. The second one is the month of September, and the last one is a cumulative drawdown. Okay. So now if you do very well in the first couple of months without a drawdown, then obviously that's going to increase your odds of landing capital at those points, which is just the way it should be. If you have a drawdown, that's going to penalize you, but every month is a new month. And again, if you have a bad month, doesn't mean anything. You haven't received an allocation for that month, but you still got a track record for the next month, and you keep building from there.
Continues to build, yeah.
And then, because that's the idea. So the way we've designed the allocation process is to say, first, you have to, well, obviously, you have to beat yourself to post positive returns, but you beat the competition to land the allocation, and then you beat the market to monetize the allocation. And you're doing, that's kind of the real hedge fund game, right? If you don't have you don't beat the competition, you don't get the capital to begin with. If you then get the capital, but you don't grow the investor monies, you don't get anything out of it. So it's a series of beat the competition, beat the market, repeat, and do that for as many months on a certified track record until eventually the catch-up flows.
Definitely. No, I love it. And I think that wraps this up really. But what I will say is any message you have for the traders out there who are interested in Darwin X or looking to join Darwin X or are unsure of joining Darwin X, is there anything that you would say for them?
Well, I'll speak from the heart first and then from the wallet second. Okay. So from the heart is I'll invite them to have a look at what we've done, all that people have said about us, all that we've said over the years. And we basically, what we're trying to do here is create trust by traders in our platform, by traders in the other traders in the platform, and investors in the long run. Okay. Now, from the standpoint of the wallet, it costs 95 euros to sign up, 38 euros to keep the track record going. We're not jealous. So if you've got other firm challenges going, which is fantastic, then just make sure you put in some trade copier. It's going to cost you 38 bucks. If you do halfway well, it'll come for free, either because you get back from us the success fees on the performance you're making, or because you can park 1,000 euros in that live brokerage account, make money on the live brokerage account, and get the allocations for free. So from my standpoint, I mean, we've tried very hard to make it a no-brainer. Whether it is a no-brainer is in the eyes of the beholder, but you have to trade at some point if you're making. Once you've made enough money, you will want to trade your life capital. So might as well come to our broker, which is FCA regulated, tried and tested, and then gives you a capital allocation and investor capital for free on top of that.
Definitely. No, I really like the sound of it, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to have clarity from this, and hopefully you'll get more pro traders. You know?
Well, thanks very much for the words of wisdom. I really appreciate. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and for having done the homework of asking what it is we do, because it's a great opportunity for us. So thanks very much.
No, I appreciate you traveling over as well.
Well,
it's no easy.
My pleasure.
Especially in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, but it's my pleasure. I mean, like the pro studios are not built in the center of London these days.
That's it. I love it. But everyone, thank you for tuning in. Make sure you give us your thoughts below as well. The links to Darwin X will be in the description also. And a big note, because we've been a bit like banked up with episodes, thank you all for closing in close to 80,000 subscribers at this point. We're on towards our goal of 100,000 subscribers. It's thanks to people like yourself who provide value on the episodes and everyone supporting at home. So thank you all. Until next time though, everyone, take care.
GE Appliances and Cascade Detergent work harder, so you don't have to. Skip the pre-rinse with Cascade Platinum Plus. GE Appliances silverware jets and dry boost technology ensure cabinet-ready dishes. Cleanup is covered. Let your dishwasher do the work.
If your win rate is 10%, 15%, yes, you can still be profitable, but it takes a ridiculous risk to reward for you to talking like as friends like we usually do. And then I was like, bro, you know what, tell me what is this whole Forex thing, what's trading, then we jumped on Zoom call. He opened up his his trading view, and he was like, look, the way I trade, I'm not a fundamental trader, I'm a technical analyst. So that's when he introduced me to what Forex was and technical analysis. So we got straight into it. He started teaching me support and resistance, trend lines, breakout patterns, the very basics of retail trading. I found myself picking out very quick. Okay, I really understood it same day, and then next day came along, everything made sense. Of course, I wasn't profitable, 100%. Okay. And then the thing about me, I was very eager. Like every time I got into anything, or I had a business idea, or if I ever got into a venture, I wanted to get started immediately. Like even though I didn't go on a demo account, I just wanted to get started. Okay. I felt like I knew everything.
Yeah.
So at that time, I only had cash. I never had money in my bank account. So I told my mom, "Oh, could you send me £100?" Okay. So my mom sent me £100, deposited it into a live account with IC Markets under my dad's name. Of course, I was 15 at the time. Within 2 days, I blew that account. I swear to God, after I blew that account, I felt sick to my stomach. You know, when that first blown account, you feel like hell. I felt sick. I couldn't go to school. And then, but there was something about it. Like, I had to carry this on, okay? So I carried on learning. Then I found supply and demand of YouTube. So I got into the supply and demand scene. I don't know if you're familiar with the Forex scalper.
I've heard the name.
He's a supply and demand trader, right? So I learned a lot from him. He had a lot of free content out on YouTube, and then I eventually ended up getting his supply and demand course. So I started learning supply and demand, got into that whole scene. This is me at like 16 now. Okay, we're talking year 11, and I still couldn't find my profitability. Okay, I didn't know what I was doing wrong. I thought my technical analysis was to the T, and then. By the way, I didn't know nothing about risk management and psychology. That was not in the picture back then. And, so all I knew was technical analysis is all you need to be profitable. And back then, the only risk management plan that everyone was preaching was every £100 risk 0.001 loss.
Yeah.
That was now it doesn't make sense. Like, I'm so dumb for genuinely believing to that information. But yeah, so that was my risk management plan. For every £100 I only risk 0.01 lots. And then at the end of the day, I couldn't find my profitability. So I stopped trading. Okay, got back to eBay, got back to what I was good at. That's when lockdown came. Actually,
okay,
it was March 2020, right?
Yeah, that's right.
It was around then. That's when my eBay business was actually booming because I started selling bikes at the time. Like I told you, I used to get them cheap, sell them for expensive, and they were selling quick. Like I'm telling you, 3-4 bikes a day was going back and forth.
Yeah.
So that's when I really started to make money off eBay. During the beginning of lockdown. And then I had a lot of free time in my hands. That's when I was like, you know what, let me get back into this trading scene. And then, like I said, I had that friend, he was actually in a course program with my mentor, which is now my mentor, but at the time he wasn't. He was in a course program which taught smart money concepts. Okay. And of course, that was new to the scene. It's not even on YouTube. No one knew what smart money concepts was at that time.
Point, that was when it was just starting to creep in.
Just starting to enter the scene. So I tagged along, joined under that mentorship. Shout out Mark Fraser. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be where I am right now, definitely. So the way he was doing his sign-ups was he was only taking 5 students on at a time each month. So I actually managed to get in the space.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at that point, I started learning his strategy, which was smart money concepts. He was teaching the very basics of it because he's a fundamental trader. Okay, he very rarely trades technical analysis. He just uses it for entry, stop losses, and take profits. But he's 100% fundamental driven. His bias is based on global macro data.
I think I know who you're talking about now. Actually,
yeah.
I think I've seen him. Is he? He's not
great
Dubai
guy.
based.
Great. No, London based. Okay. Yeah. Great guy, very smart. Great teacher as well. So of course, I didn't listen to the fundamental part of the course. My brain can't keep up with that information. But I dived into the technical analysis. And like I said, he only takes on 5 people on a month. So there was only a small community of like 80, 90 of us. So it was a very small community, okay? Which was very helpful in my come up, I'll be honest. So as much as I learned from him, I learned a lot more being in that community. And it benefited me a lot because when I learned something and someone didn't understand it, I would help him. And when he learned something and I didn't understand it, he would help me. And like I said, there's a small community, so we all got along very well. Now we're talking halfway through lockdown. We got into 2021 now. I'm in year 12, okay? I'm starting to see profitability, okay? By the way, I'm using my own funds. Prop firms weren't a thing then. Well, they were, but I didn't really trust them, okay? So started trading my own capital. Like I said, I was doing pretty well on eBay, so I used that income put into my trading account, and I started to do pretty well. And then it got to a point, I think I skipped forward a lot. Okay, let me skip back a bit. Before I started to reach profitability, I remember you asking me, how comes you're so mature at this age? Like, what was it? What was the catalyst that got you to where you are now? And before I reached profitability, I wouldn't say problems, but I don't know what I was going through mentally, but I was very down, okay? And I couldn't come to a conclusion to why I felt the way I did. Like, I'll openly talk about it. It's not something I'd hide, to be honest. Like, I've spoken to my friends about it too, but I wouldn't call it depression, but I was at a very low point emotionally, okay? Like, I used to be in school, and you know when you get those tears up to your throat and you're really trying to hold it back?
Yeah.
I used to get them a lot, okay? So, and I didn't understand why I felt the way I felt. There was like, I looked at my life, I was doing good financially, okay? I was fit. I didn't know what led me to be so mentally low. So, I was at a really low point in my life, and I'll openly say again, I used to cry alone a lot, even in school. Okay, I'll leave school quickly, go somewhere no one is.
Try and hide.
Yeah. And then this was halfway through year 12. It got to a point where I can handle it. So I ran out of school. I went to a little park, and then I let it all out. Okay. And then a friend of mine, his name's Gomez. I'll always remember this day. Okay. He saw me crying, and that's something I never wanted anyone to ever see. So it's very embarrassing, to be honest. So he saw me at the park all by myself. He came up. He didn't realize, because he was walking from behind, so he didn't realize what was going on until he came up to me. So as soon as I saw him, I quickly tried to fix up everything and wipe it up. And then he said, "Yo, Zain." I said, "Yo," and then the tears came out again.
Yeah.
And then he was giving me a very and he was being very positive to me, trying to change up the mood, okay? And then there was this one thing he said to me was, "Zain, look, before you ever excel in life or see anything out of life, life will pull you to your last." It's like it was like a slingshot analogy.
Yeah.
It was like price will pull you back like a slingshot, and before
And project you.
literally pull you to your worst, and then let you go. Then you'll start seeing the best out of yourself and the best in your life. And after that conversation, of course, like out of the embarrassment of someone seeing me the way I was, I started to pick up myself again, get back to the gym, and focus on my trading. Okay, like I said, I was already doing pretty well, but I wasn't going. I wasn't diving in.
Did you know you can increase your revenue with Snapchat ads? Just ask Manscaped.
We have seen a 162% increase in revenue from Snapchat ads in the US year over year.
On Snap,
I wasn't diving into it as much as I should have. Okay, so at that point, after that, I actually started to work on myself physically and financially with my work, making sure I excel in every endeavor possible. Then I started to isolate myself after that, because again, like I said, I was embarrassed because of what had happened, and so I just started isolating myself from all my friends in school, and then I slowly started separating. Eventually, where I wouldn't interact with anyone at school, which, to be honest, I look at it in a positive in a positive way. That isolation, when I tell you, grew me financially, mentally, physically. I had a very small circle of friends at the time, and my bond with them built very strong. Okay, so that isolation is when I started to focus on myself, and I actually started to do better in every aspect. Okay, now we're 6 months down the line. Alhamdulillah, I was very profitable in my trading, and I had a very small circle which I loved to death. Okay, and I started to do a lot better mentally. I got to a point where I was very happy with my life. I would interact with people, go out with everyone. Everyone loved my vibe, my energy. Because like I said, that isolation didn't happen purely because I separated. People also started to feel my energy. No one wanted to fuck around with low energy, you know? So that isolation happened, and it's what allowed me to excel, okay? And then 6 months came down the line. Everyone saw my profitability on social media because I used to post it openly. I used to post signals openly, my analysis openly. And then a lot of people were asking me for my for education. A lot of people asked me, "Bro, please one-to-one me, I'll pay you." So I started getting into one-to-ones. So I started to offer a one-to-one service. And I was still in school at the time. So eventually that one-to-one got out of hand. I can no longer manage them because it's very time consuming, you know? And I was still in school at the time. So we'll reach an exam season. I was like, you know what? I'm stopping this. I'm no longer doing one-to-ones. Then I just carried on with what I was always doing. And then eventually a friend of mine who's also a trader started, he created his own Discord and his own online educational platform. And then alhamdulillah, I started to see how well that was doing. And he was also a close friend of mine. So he'd also tell me, Zain, like, you're killing the markets, you're doing very well for yourself. Rather than going back to one-to-ones, why don't you just create content and just put it out on YouTube and just grow your platform? And at that time, like I said, I didn't create a course. I didn't have an educational platform or a Discord or anything. So I just started to post my videos out on YouTube for free. I started to post breakdowns, and I was teaching a lot for free before I created my platform. Then I started to create my course. After I saw the engagement, my YouTube started to grow, my Instagram was growing. I was like, you know what? This is a very good potential income. Let me just get into it. Because I was making money off, like I said, the one-to-one services as well. So I was like, you know what? I know there's a market for this. People love what I'm doing and they want to learn from me. So I was like, you know what? I created an educational platform. And like I told you, my YouTube actually has more education than my course does itself. Because of the amount of free content I put out there. So started my educational platform. This is also like 2021, mid 2021. And because of the free content that I posted, it actually started to convert. So I built, well, to this day, right now, we have like 3,700 students under my wing. And we're talking this in the space of a year. Okay, so a lot of people really engaged with my material, engaged with my teaching. And alhamdulillah, the progress that I've seen in my Discord, I'm sure you've seen my story. My highlights alone is full of the amount of traders that I have now under my wing funded. A lot of them thank me almost every day because of the education I've given them and the community that I've created. Now, if I'll add you to my Discord and you can see the engagement, a lot of people help each other. It's the same. It reminds me of the time when I had a small community of the 80 to 100 people where I was learning of each other. That's the same as my students. I'm almost not as
Are you someone out there right now who's been trading for a period longer than 6 months in the live market and you're not making at least 2 to 5K a month in profit? I've got a genuine question for you. Do you think and do you feel like you have the strategy and the
engage with my Discord anymore because of the interaction that's going on between them? Like when someone has a question, it's already being answered. I no longer need to answer it. So I've built such a great community. Everyone really loves the style that I teach. Like I said, I get very straight to the point. I don't do the whole teach everything, single thing from what is pips to the advanced. I get straight to it. From how I teach, I'll put it out there. Okay. So everyone liked my simplicity and the style that I was teaching. So alhamdulillah, that's how we got to the way we did.
That's it.
And that's really it, really.
It was an incredible journey, and we touched on a lot of things there that I think we can then dive into. There's a lot of people actually, because you mentioned about the question I asked you off camera about how you so like mature and intellectual at this age.
I appreciate that.
So people won't know your age, more than likely. Some will, obviously your own audience.
A lot of people didn't even believe me. Like you saw my story the other, I had to post my driving license.
I saw that. I was like, this is great. But how old are you?
19.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And again, it's amazing to see, because I think it will definitely be very insightful and inspirational for people out there who are a similar age or even a bit older to realize that, look, you can level up not only in life but also just your mindset generally.
Definitely. Just right there. Today I had an interaction with my student. Okay, I'll plug you now. His name is Shoaib. He's 1 year younger than me, or 2 years younger than me. I met him at the gym out in Wembley. He came up to me. He was like, Zain, shook my hand. I'm funded.
Oh, wow.
He passed the 300K in my Forex funds account. That moment, really, I felt so happy. It was such a eye-opening experience to see it one-to-one, my students actually showing me progress. It's not just on Discord, like I'm actually seeing it in real life. A person, first of all, knowing who I am, saying, ZM Capitals, I'm your student. I was like, wow, And then he showed me his dashboard on my Forex fund, and he was a funded 300K trader. That is ridiculous.
And that's why it makes it all worth it, you know, all the hard work and everything. And,
definitely.
you know, I bet it was a interesting moment, because I remember the first time it happened to me where someone ran up to me as well.
Yeah.
It was in Dubai, actually, of all places.
Okay.
And it was just and it was during COVID, so I had mask on, and someone
Yeah.
ran up to me with a mask on. I felt like, what's going on? But yeah, no, I bet it's absolutely incredible, and no doubt probably will happen to you a lot more, especially because you have a lot of students as well worldwide.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that might be. Was that the first time it happened to you?
No, it's happened before, but not. I've never like seen them. They're trading. It was more like, hi, Zain, how are you?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but this one came up to me, oh, I'm funded. I funded 300K.
Incredible.
I was like, wow.
Especially at such an age.
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
Life changing.
Yeah.
But really great to hear. So, in terms of like the mindset, though, you know, at the end of the day, it's not something that is random. I would say it's definitely not random. It's not lucky either. Some people try and say that. But was there something maybe in your childhood that made that, you know, that spark inside you to create a different mindset?
My dad was always business driven. So my dad's story is actually very similar to mine. Okay. He was also young, 14, 15 when he started his first business venture.
Okay.
He actually had his own store selling, you know, the oil perfumes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was selling oil perfumes. Then at 16, 17, he started his own taxi business out in Syria. So he was doing very well for himself in the whole business world.
Yeah.
Okay. That's when he actually moved to London in 1995, something like a very long time ago. But he got himself to London by himself without taking money from anyone or anything. So he got into the business world from very young.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing I took after my dad.
Yeah, definitely.
He got into business from very young. I actually got into business from very young. Me and my dad are very close friends. I don't only look at him as a father. I look at him as a best friend. Me and him are very close. He put me onto gym. He was my trainer.
Oh, really?
He's a gym fan. I'll show you a picture of my dad. He's huge. He is 1 unit. I'll tell you that.
That's good.
So gym, I got it from him. Business mindset, I got it from him. And yeah, that's what I got from my father.
Incredible to hear. Yeah, incredible to hear. And I remember you mentioning off camera as well that, you know, you sort of grew up in, was it like Council Estate, you said?
Council Estates, yeah.
Yeah, and
Wembley. Chalk Hill, I don't know if you've heard of it.
I have. I'm not London.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you told me you only moved 3 years ago. Yeah.
That's it. And I would imagine because your dad was a gym fanatic, is still, by the sounds of it, a gym fanatic.
50, and I tell you, he's pushing the weight, man.
Probably put me to shame, no doubt. But I'm guessing there was a lot of discipline then, in terms of maybe, was there discipline in routine, discipline in...
It wasn't more discipline in routine. It's because of the fear my parents had with the area we grew up in. Okay. They were pretty strict with the way they raised us. And I'm forever grateful with the way we were raised, because if they didn't instill fear into us from a young age to make sure we stay away from this, I'm pretty sure we'd have dived into the bad side of life, you know? So it was because of my parents' the way they brought me up is what resulted in me staying far away from it. So yes, my discipline comes from the way my parents raised me. They were strict and they made sure we weren't ever engaging with stuff like this. And my parents would always meet my friends and analyze my friends. That was something my mom always did. Yeah. The moment she sees a friend that is not good for me, I swear to God, she'll do anything to make sure I don't talk to this guy. She would lock me in that yard, make sure I don't meet him.
Hey man, fair play, you know, fair play, and it makes a difference. And my mum was very similar in that sense, actually. When I think back, she would always like analyze my friends, try and give me advice. How did you find it though? Because I'm sure there were probably some friends that might not have agreed with.
So in the something a saying my mum always told me was, when I say things, you'll hate it now, but then when you grow up, you'll start to realize that, wow, my mum was actually doing good for me. Yeah. So when she used to tell me, don't meet him, don't interact with him, I'm like, Mom, he's my friend. He doesn't do anything bad. But the mum's eye always sees something you never see. Yeah. Okay. So my mum always had an eye for people. She has a sixth sense. Trust me, she knows everything, even though she hasn't seen it with her own eyes. She just has a sixth sense for everyone. So when she used to tell me, don't hang on with him, I'll say, Mum, why? And then a couple months down the line, that relationship would die out. And it would die out because they done something to me. Okay? So my mum sees it before it even happens. Yeah. So as I started to grow up and I started to see a lot of people that had left me, and I'm like, wow, my mum saw this a long time ago. Yeah. My mum knew this. I should have just listened to my mum from the beginning. That's it. And then every time now, when my parents say something, I always listen. If my mum says, Zain, don't do this, Zain, stay away from this guy, I would listen straight away.
Straight away, yeah. Because I've always said because I've observed very similar in my life as well. But I've always said that the women in your life will have a lot of power. Listen to them, and they will be able to help you grow as an individual. Is that something you've observed as well?
So for me, how it was, I would say, is my mum helped me grow into a boy, and then my dad helped me grow into a man.
Incredible.
Okay, so they.
Maybe what your doctor's waiting room has been waiting for is context. Because modern healthcare feels a little broken. And while 6 in 10 people do not want AI anywhere near their MD, Bloomberg reporting found that AI can identify more diseases, decode more genetic code, and help more humans in more places. So yeah, AI is coming for you, but in a good way.
They installed the right things at the right age. So I actually got into a conversation with my parents about this.
Oh, really?
Okay, yeah, it was a funny conversation, but the storyline of it was my parents told me the way they raised me and my brother.
Yeah.
So from 0 to 7, they said they showed us the most love. They literally done everything for us, took us out, showed us so much attention.
Yeah.
And then it was from 7 years old to 14 years old is when they switched.
Okay.
That's when I told you they started to become very strict. They were very strict. They started to install a lot of lessons in us in a more aggressive way. Okay.
Yeah.
But they done this purposefully. Okay. Because it's from 7 to 14 where your character actually starts to shape into who you become in your years to come. So from 17 to 14, they started to be very strict in everything in us going out, the friends that we hang around with, the stuff that we are allowed and not allowed to do. Make sure relationships was not something we ever dive into. Make sure we don't interact with women. Like it's all of the basic stuff, and making sure you don't do drugs, making sure you don't drink. So they were very, very strict at that. Okay. And then from 14 onwards, we became best friends. Okay. So they weren't focused on being strict anymore. From 14 onwards, they brought the relationship back to a more of a friendly level where we start to interact with them, not just from a mother and dad's point of view, but also as
very
friends.
open conversation.
Very open. Like when I tell you, I talk to my parents about the craziest thing that you wouldn't even think you'd talk to your mom about. I talk to my mom and dad about it, It's
incredible to hear.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, like I said, my mindset and the way I am is all because of my parents. The way they brought me up and the way they done it is perfect. Like I said, the only reason why I didn't dive into certain things is because from 7 to 14, my parents made sure I would never do such thing. Because I was so scared from even reaching that side of life,
Get you back on the path.
Make sure I get back on the path. That's it.
100%. Incredible to hear. And honestly, I thought your brother was your twin. Honestly.
Oh no, man, he's older than me. 21. I'm 19.
Yeah. Wow. You see the resemblance.
Oh yeah. I don't see it.
Okay.
Parents see
I
it.
understand.
The whole world sees it. When me and him talk to each other, boy, you look nothing like me.
I get you. No, I get that. Yeah. That's so funny. But so obviously they were hands-on, right? And they're very supportive, as I can imagine as well.
Yes.
So, you showing signs of wanting to do entrepreneurship at 13, for example, while you hear a lot of people and a lot of parents being against that, trying to keep you in school and focus on school, what was it like for you then? Let's take a break for a minute there, guys, because I want to introduce you to our sponsor, MyFundedFX. Now, just as I'm taking over the podcast space, they're taking over the prop firm space. Now, you can trade up to 300K with MyFundedFX. They have no...
Okay, that was my dream. Well, to be honest, it's
where it stemmed from?
No, it didn't stem from it. Like, no one in my family is a pilot.
You watched nothing?
No, I never watched. I had a love for flying.
Okay.
Like, to this day, I believe I can do something magically, or I can start flying like
okay.
I just had love for flying. Okay, I love being in the air. It's just a whole nother experience. Okay. And I always loved going on holidays, specifically boarding the plane. That was like the highlight of the whole holiday.
Oh wow!
Just going to the airport and getting on that plane. Yeah, so I don't know where the love came from for it, but
it was there. It's natural.
From young, I had a very strong love for aviation. So that's when I started to dive into it. If a plane flies by, I'll tell you the exact model of that aircraft. That's how deep I got into aviation. I bought my own simulator. I had a flight simulator at home.
Wow.
It's called X-Plane 11. It's a gaming software, which actually is very realistic. Like that, every single button that's on an aircraft, all there, yeah. So then I wanted to do my PPL. That's a private pilot license, okay, which allows you to fly a single engine aircraft. The ones with the engine in the front.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a picture on your Instagram.
Yeah, yeah, that's the picture on my Instagram. So that was my first lesson, and it was, like I said, I was young. I didn't come with a family with the greatest of income, so we couldn't financially support me getting into this venture. Okay, so doing my private pilots was very expensive.
Yep, you guessed it, another talking head ad where somebody's talking about people making hundreds or even thousands per month using nothing but their computer. Let me guess, it's from selling tchotchkes like this energy crystal here.
Pilots was very expensive at the time. For me to complete my private pilot license costs about 10 to 11 grand. And that wasn't something I was able to facilitate, nor my parents. Okay, so I used that as motivation to get into the business world. I was like, okay, money has to come from somewhere.
Yeah.
Let me figure out ways to start making money. Okay, and for me to complete my entire pilot's license, it was actually 100 grand to go to flight school.
Yeah.
So I needed to figure out how I'm going to make 100 grand. So from young, I had that hunger and that drive. I need to make 100 grand to go to flight school.
Yeah.
And then when I started to make money, my goal for actually becoming a pilot shifted away because the train for making money was moving.
Yeah.
You know, and that cycle started. Then I started to make, alhamdulillah, great amount of money, which surpassed a salary of almost any job in the industry of aviation. Even a captain wouldn't earn, alhamdulillah, to the level that I earn, you know. So my love for becoming a captain faded away, but my love for flying is still there. So I was actually talking to my parents also like a couple of days ago. I was like, Mum, now that I'm out in Dubai, I'm going to look for a school where I can do my private pilot's license. I always want to get my private license, like a private pilot license. Okay, so that's something that I'm actually going to do pretty soon. Now that I've settled out in Dubai, find a school that I can do my private pilot's license.
It was incredible. It just goes to show that when you have passion, even if it ends up being the thing that you're passionate about isn't the end goal or isn't the thing that becomes what you want to chase thereafter.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show the drive and the success
that from that could cause you to get into a whole
the knock-on effect. Yeah, incredible. And so obviously you started off 13, as you said, and started with, what was the first one you started with? The sweets in school, yeah. I remember doing the same. I remember doing the same. Did you ever get caught by the teachers?
Oh, hundreds. My bag got taken.
Oh, no. Yeah. Man, that's the worst. That's like getting your shop robbed.
Yeah, man. Money gone in the bin.
One of the risks, eh?
But and then when you go to the teacher, can I get my bag back? The sweets are gone. Who ate it?
That's the best, yeah. And they try and deny it.
No, that wasn't me. It's probably him. That teacher.
That's it. And so when you were doing that business, for example, were you doing it more just kind of, because I had a lot of people in my school doing it, for example.
That's exactly why I got into it.
Yeah, and all they did though was like, they would just go and buy it and sell it. They weren't like planning a business or anything like that. They were literally just for, buy, sell, that's it. When you were doing it, did you just start it as like something as casual as that, or were you actually thinking, hey, okay, this is this cheap, doing stock and all that?
That's exactly how I done it. Yeah. So we all know Costco. I used to go to Costco, look at the price. I'm like, bro, this has like 25 pieces and it's like £5 for the whole box. I can sell each one at £1. Whereas if I go to a corner store, it costs £1 for each one or 50p for each one. Yeah. So the margins were a lot better getting them from Costco. So when I saw that, I was like, all right, cool. Everyone's already selling sweets in school. How am I going to come in and undercut everyone? Went to Costco, got them, started selling them for cheaper than everyone else was selling them.
Yeah. Took out the competition.
Everyone was wiped out. And then the teachers came and wiped me out.
Oh, man. The big boss.
Yeah.
The corporations.
That's it. They shut down the company.
That's it, yeah. That's it.
ZM Sweets.
That's great, honestly. But it's amazing to hear, though. It's amazing to hear because obviously you had that sort of mindset from the beginning then. Was that just something you naturally had a flair for, do you think? Or do you think it's because of that upbringing that kind of allowed you to elevate? Yeah.
And like I said, I got it from my dad.
Yeah, definitely. Did he support your school business?
He didn't. My parents didn't know about the sweet business.
Okay.
The thing is, before I get into anything regarding business or any business idea, I would start it before I tell my parents about it. So until I see profitability, then I'm like, Mum, I'm doing this. I make this much money. Yeah.
Definitely. It's a better way because then at least they can't stop you or put anything off until after.
And that's why my parents were very supportive. It's because before they saw the risks, they saw my consistency and profitability in every venture I got into.
Okay.
From sweets to selling jewelry
Mm-hmm.
to selling fake garments. Before I told them, Mom, I'm going to do this, I would do it, get money. Then I was like, Mom, I sold the stuff that we got from Turkey and I made this much money. Then she's like, all right, you know what? Just carry on doing it.
Yeah.
Then the bikes. I bought the bikes. I saw the bikes. Then I started to make money off it. And I'm like, Mom, I'm buying bikes now. Can I keep them in the garden?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my parents are actually very supportive in that field as well. Like my dad rented out a whole garage for me to put my bikes in there.
Incredible.
Yeah. So my parents really helped in every.
Of course.
venture I
Well, it's
got into.
amazing to hear because obviously, as you can imagine, the common story or theme that a lot of people talk about
Is
is
that their parents wouldn't want their kid to pursue that, especially during school.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and you know, not business. You know, go university, etc. So you know, it's amazing to hear the other side, and not only hear the other side, but also see the result of the other side as well. It seems to have really elevated your mindset and kept you driven, and maybe allowed you to get to where you are
Where
now.
I am now, definitely.
Yeah, and to continue going on, and also to hear someone pay that homage to their parents and actually be aware of the fact that they've done that, you know, and that you've experienced that. It's incredible to see.
I'm always grateful for the way my parents brought me up. I always
Perfect.
tell them, if it wasn't for the way, I always tell my mom, if you weren't as strict as you were, even though I hated it at the time, I wouldn't be where I am right now.
That's it. And it's so true, and that's the beautiful thing of like connecting the dots when we look back, you know.
Like my mom always said, is you'll hate me now, but then once you grow up, you'll understand.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that's what, you know, it leads me to one question, and it's kind of skipping forward a bit, but, you know, obviously being 19 and, you know, being as successful as you are, but yet having, say, 3,000 plus students, no doubt there's going to be people in those students who are 30 years old, 35 years old, 20 years old.
I've had a dad with 3 kids message me and thanking me. He, as even though I'm younger than him, he respects me at that level of people around his age. He treats me the way he'll treat his friends. You know, even though I'm a lot younger than him and I should be looking up to him, he's actually thanking me for what I've helped him.
And how do you handle that? You know, or is there anything that, you know, comes
It's not
with
so
that?
much how much I handle it, is more how it makes me feel. Like, by the way, I'm not saying that I feel any superior to anyone around my age. Like, anyone that meets me, you can ask anyone that has met me. I always show everyone the same amount of attention and love. The way, whether you have money, you don't have money, or you're into business or you're not into business, I will show you the same amount of love that I would, regardless of who you are and what you are. I don't judge. I don't value your friendship based on who you are either. Okay, so
I was able to trade this coin from Carvana for a brand new car. Here's how. I've been wanting to get a second car because I feel like I'm getting to that place in my life where I want to start having kids soon. And
Excuse me, what?
how long have you been standing back here for? The problem with buying a car is that the process takes so long. I mean, I wish the time it took me to film this video was how much time it took to buy. Done.
Let me guess, you just bought a car, huh?
I mean, using Carvana is kind of hacking, but okay. Now this is where the coin comes in. Once I bought the car, I had to go pick it up from the vending machine. Yes, you heard that right. I got my car out of a vending machine. Allow me to show you.
All right, here we go. I got a car. It's nice.
Do I get to keep the coin? Getting this car was arguably the simplest and easiest process possible. If you're in the market for a new used car, check out Carvana.com or download the app.
And who knows? Maybe you'll get your car out of a vending machine too.
Shop now at Carvana.com or on the app.
Why are so many businesses using Snapchat ads? Let's ask Playbyte.
We realized there was a big overlap between Snapchat users and our target audience of young gamers.
Snapchat is the most effective way for your business to reach Gen Z and millennials. They control a massive $5 trillion in spending power and are 34% more likely to buy something after seeing it on Snapchat.
With the help of Snapchat, we've been able to reach our monthly active user and revenue goals every single month.
Be like Playbyte. Click the button to learn more about how Snapchat ads can help grow your business.
when it came to people older than me starting to thank me for what
Respecting and
I've done for
thanking,
them, I started to realize like what ZM Capitals has actually done for the people.
Yeah.
You know, like I didn't realize the benefits that people actually got from being in my community until I saw it firsthand. When I started to get those paragraphs, those messages, thank you, or I just got funded. All of these little things, I'm like, wow, like I was the cause of, well, not the cause of it, but I played a part in people reaching to that point.
Integral part, no doubt. And was there ever a feeling of like imposter syndrome, you know, being so young? Like, why is this person who's much older?
No.
Didn't feel that? That's good. That's good. Was it down to just the fact that you knew
I
you had
actually
worked hard?
respected it because from someone that's older, it takes a lot to speak to someone younger than you and thank them, you know?
Yeah.
So I actually respected them messaging me and saying thank you, because it takes a lot. I'll be honest, from someone older to say to a younger one.
Oh, definitely.
It takes a lot. You know?
Definitely does. And that's what I was touching on actually, is that, you know, being so young, no doubt you probably hear from some people, might not have heard it, but no doubt there might be people who say, what does he know? He's only 19.
He's only 19.
Have you heard that before?
I actually didn't get that.
That's incredible.
No. Yeah. And like I said, alhamdulillah, people who don't believe I'm 19. So for the new people that come in, they don't even know my age. They automatically assume I'm like mid-20s or 20, 22, 21.
That's it,
So people already assume I'm off age.
Yeah.
Okay, so no one really believes I'm 19. So I guess it's
we
a
still
good
don't
thing.
believe you.
It's
You
a
lied.
good thing.
You
It
got
took me-
lied
I
on
had
your
to press
thingy.
my license for them to really start believing I'm 19.
Even then, they'll still say,
Yeah.
like, oh, you faked it.
Not just faked it, is like, for the people that didn't see that, they'll automatically assume I'm 22, 23, 24.
Well, it's a testament to obviously the mindset and everything that you've achieved so far. But yeah, no, that's great to hear, because I'm sure, no doubt, it could, if that was to happen, it might be a bit annoying, because it's like, so what, you know? There's one thing obviously that experience brings, and you know, the more years obviously that you live, the more experience that you would have gained. But at the end of the day, if you are 18, 19, whatever age, and you have achieved X amount and you have worked hard for X amount, your experience will also match someone who may have worked hard and achieved it later. You know, at the end of the day, experience is experience. So you know, it's incredible to hear. So obviously the garments, for example, you know, the fake garments. Now, that's something that I didn't do fake garments actually. I did pirate DVDs.
Okay.
You know, pirate DVDs on eBay, and I only did it for like a couple months. I was shipping them in from China, and that was the first time in terms of business where I saw
there's a market for it.
There's a market for it, but also like you can make good money, you know, with very little work. So that was the first time I saw where, you know, the risk to reward factor and you know, kind of more residual side of income. And that's what opened my eyes first. Was it the same for you for that business model?
Exactly. But for me, it was when I started to sell jewelry. So when I got into selling the fake gold chains with the iced out pendants and whatnot, that's when I was like, hold on a minute, like I'm scraping about £100 a day selling fake chains. So, and the time that I took and the work that I took doesn't even equate to the amount of work people put in at a 9 to 5.
Yeah.
You know, and I was young at the time. So I thought I was the guy making all this money at a young age, you know?
Yeah.
So that's when it really opened my eyes to the whole business world. Like there's an abundance of money out there for you to get your hands on.
It's incredible. And it's so true. It's so true. And it just goes to show, look, you did sweets, you did chains, you did fake garments, you did bikes.
Yeah.
You know, you've done so many different
Phones,
things.
AirPods.
Well, there you go. It keeps going. And it's incredible to hear. But let's get into now, because obviously people, you've gone over the journey there, and you've gone over obviously, you know, how you've sort of leveled up the businesses and transitioned, and you know, amazingly, you know, the success, if anything, started before trading. You know, which I think is quite an interesting thing, because obviously most people you speak to,
and I actually that was an advantage for me, was the fact that I had an income outside of FX, which is why I reached profitability a lot earlier.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay,
definitely.
So this is the thing I always preach to my students, especially when you're young. Make sure you have a second income. You will not be profitable in your first account, neither second account or third account. You will reach profitability over the course of a couple of months, years.
Yeah.
Okay. If you do not have a second income, you will die. Like I said, I started trading, but then I gave it up. I never had an income to keep up.
Yeah.
I was blowing accounts. So I was like, you know what? Like, I can't do this because I never had an income.
Yeah.
Enough to keep
funding
accounts, you know? So it was me having a second income, which allowed me to be psychologically better. I wasn't greedy in terms of I have to make money today because there's no other way I'll be making money.
Exactly.
So I could put my hands away from the charts, not trade for that day if I don't genuinely see a setup, and still make money from other incomes.
Definitely, yeah, and it's incredible to hear you say that, because that's what I try and explain to people as well. How were you with your finances?
And so now let's get into. Remember, I told you I've never leveraged a prop firm.
Yeah,
I've never actually been paid out from a prop firm. I've never bought a challenge. I have bought a challenge. I've tried it. I'll be honest. I reached phase 1 and I failed phase 2, but I was back in the beginning. Phase, yeah. So I just never really dived into the whole prop firm scene. Like I said, I was already doing well. I was already at around 5 figures doing buying, selling products on eBay.
Yeah.
So I was always self-funded. Now, I actually spoke this on an Insta Live a couple months back. People asked me, okay, but now you're trading your own funds. How are you able to scale to six figures? And I openly said, now, I was already at 5 figures at around my profitability stage of trading, right? From when I scaled from 5 figures to 6 figures, yes, it came from compounding the account. But then another factor was when I started the educational platform, all income that came from my educational platform all went into my trading account. So I leveraged my educational platform to fund my personal account because I never wanted to ever go down the prop firm route. Now, you already know scaling from 5 figures to 6 figures solely of trading will take a very long time. So I cut the duration to a couple of months by getting a good income from my educational platform. So all money that was created from there shifted into my personal fund. And that's how I was able to stay away from prop firms.
Yeah, well, fair play, and you know, really props to yourself, of course, for being so open and transparent in that way, because a lot of people no doubt would be like, oh no, I've done this way and that way, you know, all myself. But at the end of the day, you know, in terms of educational platform, we'll come back to that in just a moment. When I meant like finances, what I meant was in terms of like your money management, you know, being young, making this income, you know, and it's good, obviously, as you said, it's such a positive thing, having this income stream where you don't then need the money from trading to allow your psychology to be balanced. But how were you? Were you always quite good with money management?
Yes.
Did your parents help you with that, or was it just something you did yourself?
It wasn't more so my parents helped me. It was through me making money and going broke many times is what made me, you know what? It's not about making money anymore. It's about making money and keeping it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I learned money management from failing a lot of times.
Amazing.
I'd rise up a lot of money and I would go back to zero, sometimes straight into minus.
Okay.
And it all came down to my outgoings was a lot larger than my ingoings.
Okay.
So it was through that experience which allowed me to wake up and understand that if I don't manage my outgoings, I will never be profitable.
Was the outgoings like stock business outgoings, or was it
expenses, going out all the time, paying for this guy, paying for that guy. You know, so it was those things. My outgoings will always be larger than my ingoing. So it was those experiences that really woke me up. And then what's very funny is a thing that I had was every time I'd make 5 figures, the second I make 5 figures, I'd go buy and watch a watch.
Oh, wow.
So that was how I scaled very quickly in terms of saving my money and making sure I don't spend it. Because as soon as I made 5 figures, I'd quickly go buy a watch, store that watch into a save.
It's like and
then I carried on doing that.
Way of saving.
It was a way of saving for me.
As well as investment. And obviously over those years, back then as well, would have been perfect time.
It was perfect time. I made good money. My first watch was a Hulk Submariner. It was a 2018. Sold that for 3K profit, and I only held it for 3 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then I had the Batman after that, the GMT Master. I had the Batman. Bought that from A Jewelers. I'm not sure if you're aware of them. They're in Hatton Garden.
I've heard
anyway.
the name actually.
Yeah. I bought it off them for 13.5. Something on the side I do is watches.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm pretty sure you've seen them from my Instagram. I actually have a nice collection of watches. Well, I had right now. I'm starting to sell my watches because the market is horrible. I'm not trying to keep my liquid in at the moment.
Yeah.
So
Get that. Savannah, if you don't get your moisturized hands off my body wash.
I bought that watch for 13.5. Got rid of it for 17.5 within this space of 2 months, and that was peak watch prices.
Okay,
yeah. That was when I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Day Olive.
I'm not.
Okay, so it's a very nice piece. It peaked at 72,000, and the watch itself is like 38 grand. Okay, so everything was going great with watches, so that's why I just carried on buying them. I had a nice collection of watches, and yeah.
It was incredible to hear. And is that where it started from, like the watch side of things? Was it from
savings.
like...
That's how I got into saving. Yeah.
So was it kind of like a 2-in-1 for you, where it's like I can spend
And the money's in the watch.
And the money's safe, yeah.
And I can make money on it.
Yeah.
And I like my pieces.
So did that kind of help you then to
Yeah,
be like, okay, I can still spend, but at least this spending is
it's not
safe.
going to waste.
Yeah.
It's like putting money, the cash in a safe, except it makes money.
Yeah, it makes money. Yeah. Incredible. Yeah, absolutely incredible to hear, to be honest with you. And then, so money management, you fix that through experience, through obviously not being good with the money management to begin with.
That's
and
how it starts with everyone.
Yeah, no,
you have to lose money, and then when you're like, okay, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, exactly. Experience is king, as we say.
Definitely.
And so when you, like you said, you mentioned there, like, you know, paying for people and paying, going out a lot. So when it came to you scaling that back because you had to financially and for your progress, you had to do that. You understand that because you see that. But so when you were going out and say paying for these people and you then had to start scaling that back, how was it for that circle?
So
Did they understand?
Remember I told you I isolated?
Yeah.
So I was no longer doing that, going out. I was just by myself, zoning in, and I had my small circle of friends that I would meet once a week.
Yeah.
So my outgoings was no longer as large as it was before.
Yeah.
I was no longer going out every day. So like I told you, that isolation is where I really grew.
Yeah.
From saving money to making money to having a small group of a very close relationship with my boys and my girlfriend, one I was talking to you about.
Yeah.
So that all started from this isolation.
Yeah.
Separating myself from the masses and working on myself.
By doing the separation, was it kind of a good process of like...
It was a catalyst from where I got today.
Of course.
It was definitely a benefit, a large benefit of how I am, the way I am right now.
Yeah.
At this age.
Oh, definitely, yeah. No, definitely. And, you know, I've actually noted it down, not just for myself, but from a lot of people I've spoken to now on the podcast, and generally people I've observed as well, is that periods of isolation, if done correctly, obviously, can really be a driving force for such escalation and ascension in some people's journey and their mindsets in particular. But you know, the people like who you separated from, was it a good process for you by doing that isolation?
It filtered out a lot. It filtered out a lot. It filtered a lot.
A lot of people. It's like, a great process. Right?
I had a lot of friends. I had a lot of friends.
Yeah.
So that isolation really filtered out between the ones I really needed and the ones I didn't even need.
Incredible. Okay. Incredible. And I guess it's such an easy, it's not easy to make that choice to isolate because it's much easier just to keep doing that, you know, keep up with appearances, keep up with the lifestyle that is kind of promoted with success. So it's actually a very difficult decision to do the isolation, I would imagine. But in doing so, so many benefits come out.
Oh, definitely. Like, I don't know if you saw the first question of the questionnaire that I did on my story was someone asked me, what's the best lesson that you've learned?
As it is, yeah.
And it was being able to control my emotion and use it for good. Okay, so being emotionally intelligent is what really got me to where I am today. Being able to use the energy, the low energy that I had, and use it as fuel to do better is what allowed me to thrive in terms of work 10 times harder, go to the gym 10 times harder. You know, so it's being able to use bad energy and convert it into good.
Did you ever get to the root cause of why you felt down?
I don't know how it happened, where it came. When I tell you, I was loved by everyone.
Exactly, yeah.
I was loved by everyone. I was close to my parents, close to my brother, close to my friends.
Business
was doing all right. Just came on.
Where you buy your next pre-owned vehicle matters. Every top quality Jones Buick GMC pre-owned vehicle is hand selected and rigorously inspected.
Came on, honestly, it was so strange. I couldn't tell you what the reason was, why I was the way I was. But you know what? I'm very grateful for it.
Of course.
It was essentially my awakening. It was how I transformed from my work rate being here to my work rate being up there. And is what allowed me to isolate from the masses and work purely on myself. So if it wasn't for that,
you wouldn't be
I wouldn't be who I am right now.
Yeah. And would you class that as the darkest period of your life so far?
Definitely.
It's very interesting though, because you know, there's one saying, as you said, the analogy of like the being pulled back to be sprung forward.
The slingshot analogy. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And you know, there's this one lyric I heard in this rap once, which is like, the bottom is where the start is. You know, and I love that because it's so true. Like, where else can you go when you're at the bottom?
You can't go that lower than that.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, it's like when you have those dark periods and moments, even though in the moment they can be confusing, they can absolutely suck.
No, I used to sit down and try to figure out, like, people start saying, bro, start journaling. I was watching YouTube videos, people say,
yeah.
Okay, now I'm writing, I feel this way. Why do I feel this way? I don't know. So it was very confusing. I couldn't understand, and I couldn't talk to anyone about it because they're trying to understand why I feel this way.
Yeah.
And I can't even help them understand what's
So
the
they would
cause
be
of
like,
this.
you know, why do you feel like that? And you're like,
Exactly. I don't know, you know?
Yeah.
So I think that was my blessing.
Mm.
Because I don't know what it was, there's no reason for me to reach that point.
Yeah.
So like I said, that was my awakening. Because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be who I am today. I wouldn't work on myself as much as I did.
Yeah.
Without that.
Mm.
So it's life bringing me that low out of nowhere. I swear to God, it came so randomly. When I told you everyone loves me and I love everyone, I was close with all my friends. I had a great friendship. Okay. My relationship with everyone was amazing. It just came out of the blue.
Random.
Literally, I woke up the next day, everything was just dull. Everything was boring. There was no life. There was no substance. And then, I swear to God, it came out of the blue.
And it's very emotionally tolling as well.
Yeah, I couldn't control myself.
Did it feel like day by day it was kind of just building more and more as every day went
It
by?
wasn't in one day. Like day, I'll be like, cool, it's just one of them days. And
Yeah.
the day after that, it's like, yo, I still feel the same way. Then it got worse.
And
Like-
then did it withdraw you from gym? Withdraw you from
I
your
stopped
routines?
going to the gym. I started to slowly separate from my friends. They also started to separate from me because, like I said, no one wants to interact with low energy, you know. So my energy was getting worse and worse. I wasn't socializing with anyone. Neither anyone wanted to socialize with me because they weren't even getting much out of me.
Yeah.
So
into an account, blown that, right? How was it then for you? Because obviously you're making money outside, and obviously, as you said, it was a positive in terms of psychology.
Great positive.
Was it a positive straight away, or was there a little period where you might have, thrown money a bit too easily?
No.